forgot to open my milkshake. Also, come on, I turned on the event list. Do your thing. Thank you. There we go. Hey, I'm gonna hang out for just a little bit, wait for people to show up. Since this is, at least in some way, intended to be helpful for others. Oh, would you shut up? I'm sorry that it is capturing yet another ad. I don't understand. There. Jeez. Now, shut up. No more ads, okay? Hi, everybody. Sorry. I don't know why it plays ads on my own channel. Alright, I'm gonna hang out for just a little bit longer. Just to make sure if, you know, like Usurp or Sancho or anybody wants to join, they can be here too. I haven't run all barrels since, I guess it would have been really, really long-a-thon. So, hopefully I remember what to do. So yeah, I'm just gonna wait a minute or two more. Check my email one last time before we get started. Because this is gonna be like 4 hours. But what are y'all up to? Having a good day? I appreciate that it looks like chatbot isn't working either, of course. Whatever. I mean, it's not a big deal. Just a chunk percent. Yeah. Pretty sure the bot is not working today. Ugh. It always happens that way, doesn't it? Like, whenever I'm just kind of like low-key chilling and streaming, my bot works fine. When I actually have people here, because I've announced the stream like ahead of time, bot doesn't work. I would have to kill the stream and do like new authorization tokens and everything to get the bot to work. So, sorry everybody, no Ask Mort today. It doesn't work. Hey Usurp, nice to see you. Alright, We can get going, I guess. Why is my TV so dark? Just a second, if you will. Thank you. My actual, like, TV that I was looking at was super, super dark. And I couldn't see anything. So how are y'all feeling about Chonk percent on Friday? Also, I didn't paint my Chico, mostly just because it's kind of a pain to paint him and then unpaint him, so... Also, I'm gonna go ahead and say that this might be a smidge loud. I was balanced for the marathon, so... Today's gonna be a day, okay? I can tell today is gonna be a day. My TV is dark. My computer is just the fans. This thing is gonna lift off from my lap if it doesn't calm down. I don't know what's happening there. MortyBot doesn't work. Just one of those days, you know? Hey Shadow Tash, hey Sancho. Nice to see ya. Hopefully Aiden will pop in at some point. I appreciate your confidence, Usurp, in the Friday race. The good news is the beginning is the same. So that's like, what, 4 minutes or something that you don't have to worry about? Hey Nerd Alert, nice to see ya. I have no plan. That's fair. Even the best laid plans are waylaid by Trico anyway, so... I mean, I'm sure. Just watch me get stuck on Kahlo today for 15 minutes, you know? Also, I don't know about y'all, but if the racers who are here happen to be available like 15 minutes or something before the race, if we could just do a quick audio check on Friday, that would be awesome. Hey Mars! How you doing? Because yeah, we should be good as far as me being able to balance the audio, as long as everybody's hitting yellow in OBS, but... I'm gonna have to pick somebody's game audio. JK, are you gonna have Mike on Friday? Why are his eyes open? Oh, it's terrifying! Oh, stop! He's just talking to nobody while he's unconscious. This is the stuff of horror movies, folks. Was that horrifying and terrifying? Yes. Do I ever want to see it again? Also yes. Could you shut up, little boy? Is he still talking? So, step number 1, be a gamer god and get up onto the ledge. Do as I say, not as I do. There we go. Step number 2, don't feed Trico this barrel. Well, okay, actually you have 2 options. You can feed Trico these barrels now if you want, but if you do, you can't do this reset. If you do this reset, you have to feed the barrels after you get the mirror. Hey Bullets, thank you for the good luck. Yeah, obviously that was gonna be a gold. That was a ledge grab, so... Also, how you hanging in there, Sancho? Everything getting back to normal? Hey Tic Tac, thank you for the good luck. So the reason, by the way, that you can't give Trico the barrels and then do the reset is because even if he eats them, normally when Trico eats barrels and then you hit the next checkpoint, they count as eaten. But if you give them before this particular checkpoint, presumably because they actually are shown in this cutscene, they like reappear. So, Chonk. Sorry, dude. So it's worth mentioning that if you're gonna... Good miss, buddy. That was kind of my fault, though. If you're gonna feed Trico barrels, like, by hand and not just leave them on the floor, you gotta pay attention to his body language to know whether you should throw them or whether you should... I just got the practice makes perfect. Whether you should, just leave them on the ground, leave them in your hands, throw them, you know. If Trico's moving a lot, don't even bother throwing. Like, he has to be still for quite a while before he's ready to catch, so. And of course, his eyes always have to be yellow. He won't take a barrel if his eyes aren't yellow, even if he's looking at you. So if for some reason his eyes aren't yellow and you're holding a barrel, just drop it and pick it up again. And then he'll like re-notice that you have it. Hey, thanks, Nerd Alert. I will give Morty a blueberry once I have a cutscene. I think I'm losing time on Ledge Barrel only because I chose to give the other ones first. It's up to you whether you want to just, like, leave the other ones on the ground for him to eat while you try to get up on the ledge. Alright, clearly he's not interested in this one. Hey, buddy. Ready? Cool. Fine. Thank you. Thank you for that unnecessarily long ledge grab. Sure. So yeah, I haven't run this since we did the Chonk percent for the relay, so we'll see how this goes. Here's the beginning of me forgetting how to do menus. Basic menus, you know, it's not like I've been running this game for years. It's fine if Trico eats a barrel off screen as long as it's eaten. Like, you don't have to watch him eat it, and sometimes it's better to just, like, toss him a barrel and then go solve whatever puzzle you're trying to solve and then come back to see that he's eaten it. Which, obviously, you can see because there's still debris on the floor from the barrel. It's just that all barrels have to be eaten such that that state is permanent, right? Which is why you can't, like, reset and have barrels reappear. Here you go, buddy. Yeah, you can check the barrel count at any point. There's, here. Yeah, this is, a very newish account. I specifically play on this account, because the- what are you doing? Pick one and eat it, buddy. I play on this account because I didn't want to mess with the stats that I had on my other, more primary account. So I have different accounts for different runs and different accounts for like marathons versus non-marathons. That sort of thing. Don't rant without me. Buddy. There you go. Good job. Yeah, the counter is how many he's eaten. That was a bad time to throw that. Sorry, buddy. At least he's got it. Yeah, so the counter is how many he's eaten. Which means that I've done... this is essentially, I think, the account that I've done the last 2 Chonk% at marathons. So that would be 48 each, plus the couple that I've just gotten now. Because there's 48 barrels in a run. Like, that's the max number that you can get in one go. 1,000 total barrels. Okay, somebody, like, help me math. That would basically be 2 runs per 100, right? So 20 runs? 21 runs? Did I do that math right? Also, I don't remember with these splits if I split when I grab the barrel or when he eats it, so I don't really know what's happening. But, you know, it's cool. Hey, buddy. Look. Yeah, just over 20. I could do 20 Chonk% in a row. Let's assume they take 4 hours. Times 20. Here you go. Eat the barrel. Eat the barrel, you dingus. There we go, jeez. Anyway, 4 hours, 20 runs. Buddy. There you go. 4 times 20, 800 minutes divided by 60. That's too long, right? It's too long. My dude, you got one place you can go, okay? And you went there without me last time. Over here. Okay, fine. If you're gonna be a biscuit, then I'm going without you. This has gotten off to a great start, let me say. I don't need you anyway, Trico. Is there a reason that Trico can eat barrels? Because he's dumb. Okay, well, probably it's a combination of he's dumb and he doesn't have opposable thumbs with which to take the tops off of the barrels and drink the delicious Gatorade. So he's like, whatever.
Tizi, Otetara Lastuzi, Ara Castacaro, Inokia, Ataduro Kutuzi, Yano Mot Katunek, Aokuzi.
So like food strats, I think that would be pretty okay because usually during a Last Guardian run, like right now, I have a protein shake that's just very easy to sip during any of the million times that it does like a 10-second cutscene. Hey, thanks, little boy. Sleep would be, you know, much worse. At that point, it doesn't matter if you do it during a cutscene or whatever, because you're still gonna need to sleep for like a couple hours at a time. Then again, if you're like a power napper, you could probably nap during some of the longer sections. Like obviously the main cutscene after the second cage, you could power nap for like 5 minutes. I mean, that's fair, Sancho. I just died to it. I really don't like these chain jumps. It's just sometimes he goes far enough forward that he just doesn't feel like grabbing anymore, and other times he grabs just immediately, way before you want him to. Hey Aiden, nice to see ya. How you been? As you can see from the splits, we are not necessarily doing great, but that's okay. This is obviously racing against a 402, so... Hey Ozeri, thank you for the good luck. How you doing? How was that new game that you tried? I saw that you were playing something new. Hey, this guy. Nice to see ya. Rico? Hey, buddy. You did not need to be that slow, but okay. Alright, he'll come. And I need to be down here to get him to shoot at this, so... You up here? Yeah. For this, it probably will not explode depending on where you shoot it. Don't give up. Just like... And I'm saying this, obviously... Come on. Little boy, thank you. I'm saying this for the benefit of the racers who are here. It can seem like the game is stuck, but it's not. It's just got a really wonky hitbox with that barrel in particular. So, just like move Trico's lightning around a little bit. Or it will literally never explode. Also recommend bringing it down here to feed him, where he just has like a lot of space to deal with it. That's great, Elzeri. I didn't get to see too much of it, but it seemed computer-esque, like hacking type stuff. Don't forget that there's a barrel over here. I almost always climb the entire other side, and then I'm like, oh, dang it. Sancho's guide would obviously point this out, so. Just toss it down to him. He's not gonna catch it from like 60 miles in the air, so just toss it down and hope that he figures it out while you're getting back down to him. Buddy, you didn't actually get it, dude. The reason he didn't get it was basically because of where it landed. It landed right next to that ledge, or that piece of debris. And so it was kind of weird for him to figure out exactly how high it was compared to him. And he went a little bit too high. Thanks, Ozuri. Appreciate that. You know, speaking of banning people, I talked to a couple of you about another game that I mod. For those who don't already know, I won't say what it is, but I did finally have to, like, take action against a cheater on one of my boards, and I didn't want to have to do that. Could you not? But just the way it goes, I guess. Like, it was spliced. And I did everything I could to try to rationalize that it wasn't spliced, but it was. Hey, buddy. Try to get out of here quick so that he doesn't pin you in by sticking his head in there. See, he's like totally not focused on this barrel as something that he can eat, which is why I'm dropping it repeatedly. I get the impression that I'm splitting in my splits based on when I grab the barrel, not when he eats it. But I'm not sure. Where there's competition, there's gonna be cheaters, yeah. And it surprised me, and that's why I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, because it's a small game, you know. And I was like, eh. If I'm wrong, who am I hurting? Basically just me, you know, because I'm on the board. But there was one other person. It was claiming to be world records, so the second place person, you know, would have suffered because of that. Boy, I can't remember how to menu. It was... I don't want to say obvious, because it certainly wasn't, and if you weren't super familiar with the game and the sounds that it makes, it would not have been clear. Like, visually, if you didn't have sound on, there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. So I did have to, like... I put it... And someone else helped me with this too, but I put it in, you know, like a waveform graph to see. And it was pretty obvious in that the video had been tampered with. But even on top of that, it was very clever, I guess, because the point is you need to show the menu like at the beginning of the game to show that you're not cheating, that you don't have casual mode on, and that the game speed is correct and everything. And in going from that menu into the game is where this place was. So it's like they showed the correct screen and then presumably changed their settings and then started the game. And what tipped me off was that the music repeated in such a way that it doesn't exist on the OST. I think that the person thought that they cut off the note that would have been wrong, but there was just a small remnant of it left. And so you could tell that it was looping back into a piece of music that it wouldn't have done, so... I ended up... They submitted it like last Wednesday or something, and I ended up waiting until yesterday just to make sure that I like took a break from it and tried to see if maybe there was some way that it wasn't cheated, you know. But alas. And I even reached out. I specifically said, there's something weird going on here. Do you have any idea why, or would you like to make any comments? And if they would have just said, you know, hey, this was a mistake, then I wouldn't have had to take the actions that I took, but they stuck by their lie, so... Yeah, I can tell you from creating the Last Guardian theory task that good God, splicing things together is so much of a nightmare. Whoops. You know? Like, it's so hard to get things to line up in a nice way. Yeah, like, clearly I split when I pick up the barrel, not when I feed it to Trico. Because this almost exactly matches the amount of time that I lost to that bad jump, so... But whatever, I've been splitting when we give to Trico, so... Hey, buddy. Really hard to get him to eat this barrel, since there's, like, no space. This little area gives him the most space, if you can convince him to come in here. I'm just gonna toss it to him and hope that he grabs it. Buddy, what are you clawing at? Alright. Let's get further down so that he can straighten out. Hey, dude. There we go. Yeah, JK, it was just another game that I mod. Somebody had spliced a run. Boy, I can't menu today. No, no, this. And I tried to give them as many chances as possible to come clean about it, and they just didn't. And the weirdest thing is, what I think happened is that, you know, they spliced such that the menu showed that they were doing it on the correct difficulty and everything, but then their game had casual mode turned on, which is easier. But yet, if you watch their actual run, they don't use anything from casual mode. Like, dash cooldown is turned off, but they never spam dash. Invincibility is turned on, but they never get hit. And it's like, just run the run like normal. Clearly you can do it. Why did you have to cheat, you know? This is a nice, convenient little just like any percent bit.
Toriko.
アテイエタナキャン、アグイマガク、アテイエトゥム、アヒノロクイノーセイ、アギャティゴーマウ。
Yeah. Move. Thank you, husbando. For the resub. And like, if you're gonna cheat, where's the satisfaction, right? Like, the satisfaction of improving your time or getting a world record or whatever is because you did it. Like, obviously, if I was willing to splice, I would have had the last Guardian world record years ago, you know? Because all you have to do is splice together pieces of runs where Trico isn't a biscuit. Clearly. Like, you don't even have to do 90% of the stuff that happened in my theory test. You just have to have Trico not be a biscuit. But what's the point? Well, that's I am never getting that helmet, so I'm not even gonna try. Like, he crushed one of the guys behind him. There's no way I can get it and walk through him, so... Yeah, like, that's the whole reason that I speedrun. Well, there's two reasons I speedrun. I speedrun, number one, because it's really nice to make improvement. And number two, because I want an excuse to play, you know, games that I like multiple times. Trico, would you knock it off? I didn't want to grab his forearm, he just hopped forward as I was in the air. But yeah, like, if I'm being real, 80% of the reason I speedrun is just because I want to play the games that I like a bunch. And it's weird to do that if you don't have a goal, right? Like, it's not weird to play your favorite games a couple times, but to play through all of Last Guardian at least once a week just because I like it, like, that's a little bit weird. Also, I appreciate that Husbando and I both forget that we have Amazon Prime and that I could just be getting a free Prime sub every month. 90% of the time. Husbando, it says that he has a 4-month streak and we've had Amazon Prime for like 2 years. That's also true, Mars. Like, there are some communities that I'm not active in because, like, there's just so many people. And then there are other communities that are, like ours, that are really cozy and kind of everybody knows everybody, almost. There are some times where, like, I don't really know some of the Shadowrunners or whatever, and they probably don't know me, but... It's nice to just have a little place where you can banter. Rico butthole. I don't know why I jumped. That was really, really dumb. Now I can't get vine skip. Because I won't be up onto Trigo's head like fast enough. Ah, he went to the wrong pillar anyway. Oh no, he didn't. Well, look at that. That actually worked out really well. I didn't get it, but it's okay. I would almost rather not. Cloaca, yeah. Excuse me. Good enough. I very much prefer to do this reset on the stairs anyway. Sancho, you realize that it's basically just become where cloaca is the word that can summon you. Is that really how you want it to be? That's really true, Shadow Tash. Like, I don't, and it still is uncomfortable for me too. I can't even imagine. JK, are you talking about the ones that are coming up next? Where you grab his chin and climb up onto his head and then toss him to him? Because those are always really spooky. Because if he misses, obviously they're just gone into the chasm of nothingness. I'm gonna go down here and break my leg. Excuse me. Flat. Does it make a difference? No. I just didn't really feel like being on Trico anymore. Huh. I wanted him to say, I thought you hated the water. Oh, there it is. Hey, dude. Buddy. Calm down. Calm down, my man. Rico. Calm. Jeez. Yeah, a checkpoint icon would be really, really nice. Does Shadow do that? Does it have like the little Wonder Sword thing come up when it checkpoints? Does it even checkpoint? Or is it literally just like the saves or you kill the Colossus? I can't even remember. My only advice for this is just to try to aim straight into the middle of Trico's face. Like, don't aim to the side. He's programmed to be very good about catching those, but still best not to accidentally throw it out of his reach, right? Oh, I totally didn't split. Whatever. Yeah, those barrels are scary. Even though I know that he has like such a high chance of catching them, it's still scary because if he misses, that's just like it. I don't even know what happens if you reset the checkpoint there, like where you go. Oh, that was almost a grab on the second ledge. Oh, I can't even do this skip though because there's a barrel here. Oh, I guess I'll hang out here until Trico's done. They have hints blocking the whole screen, but they don't have a checkpoint icon, right? I don't understand the hints thing. Like, you would think that after, like, 30 minutes or something, they would have turned that off, you know? Or that there would be an option to turn it off or something. You have an option in Shadow of the Colossus. I guess the new Shadow of the Colossus, to be fair. Buddy, you are way too far away for me to throw this at you, dude. He happens to be standing in a pretty decent spot, so I just tried to kind of stop him. I see her in the last room in the game. Do you remember how to jump? And my favorite is when it's like you're dangling over a chasm and it's like, hey, you know, just so you remember, X is drop. And it's like, why would you tell me that? Do you want me to die? What are you doing, you know? Goober. Let go. The boy can do the same thing Wonder does and just zip to something. Yeah, you only get hints for the first Colossus, and I'm pretty sure that at least in the 2018 version, you can choose to, like, have the tutorial turn off or something. I don't quite remember. And I get that this was a game that was supposed to come out long before it did, but for Pete's sake, you know? Yes, the hint for the pot on the chain is actually, like, super useful, and that definitely should be there. Anytime that you have the option to place the barrel, it should definitely show a hint. Because that's an actual thing that you don't usually do. But, like, climbing. It's literally just hold forward. Why do you need to keep telling me that when I'm right here, and I've been climbing Trico for, in a speed run, 47 minutes? You know? And that's probably true, Aiden, because it's the same thing. You can totally tell with, like, the... Trico. Trico, I am gonna need you to go. Sometimes he does this. Go, dude. There. You can tell with the trophies that, you know, their team was not in charge of everything, right? They were told that they had to make trophies, and they're like, oh, geez, well, I don't know. Watch him poop, I guess. You know? Alright, that guy will be dead. That's an instant kill if he gets them like that. But yeah, I think that the only hints that should be shown are before you break the wall in the first area, and then, like JK said, the placing a barrel or a pot or whatever. You know what? I'm gonna leave this up to Trico. And maybe this guy will follow me all the way down here. In fact, I think that he will. But... Trico, could you get down here? Where is he? Alright, well, I'll bring the guy to him, I guess. Yeah, just include the option to turn him off. It's not that hard, you know? Trico? Buddy. Hi. You've just been standing back here, I see. Oh, look. There's a dude. Can you assist? Yoink. Alright. I'm just getting myself caught. Like, Trico, help me. For Pete's sake. Thank you. He was literally just standing back there staring at the wall. He wasn't angry anymore. It was just... But it's cool. Whatever. Yes. Like, if this game ever gets remastered, which... I don't know. Don't really see why it would. I want an option to turn the hints off, and I want button mapping to be different. Either let me do it, or just, for the love of God, have somebody with half a brain figure out new buttons. Because everything doesn't need to be circle. Like, we don't use bumper buttons. or the twos, R2, L2, we don't use those at all. We barely use square, but I guess that's fine. Like, L3, R3, we don't use that at all. Well, okay, I guess we use them together, but not separately. That's true, you can use them to remove symbols. But, I mean, you can use those... You can use any button to remove symbols, so those could still definitely have something mapped to them that would not affect anything else, right? And I like that circle is the mirror. Like, I like that you hold circle and the mirror happens. But I definitely think that, like, grab, right now, it would feel perfectly fine to do, like, grab and pull with R2. Or it would feel fine to pet Trico with R2. You know? That seems fine to me. If there was photo mode, that would be amazing. Rico's usually pretty good about just eating these off the ground himself. So if you just want to have him break that and then leave it on the ground, that's totally viable. So I moved Trico with that final barrel with the intent that he could assist me with the skip. Doesn't always work. Obviously it's kind of a pain in the butt. So you can totally just solve this the intended way if Trico is being a goober, like he is now. Because it's not actually that much longer to literally just give him a command to get up here. Because then he just hops up like that, and then you jump off of his back. Like, it's not that much different. I'm still a little bit torn on whether I would have wanted a dedicated grab button. Because I see the appeal, right? Like, you spend so much time on Trico. And they're, unlike Shadow of the Colossus, there's no, like, skilled stamina management type thing. So I can see the appeal of, like, not having a grab button. But at the same time, we also see what trouble that causes, so... I don't know. I'm a little torn about that. It might honestly be a little bit more immersive to have a grab button. Because if you constantly have to be holding on, you know, it might make you feel like you're actually holding on instead of just taking it for granted. What are you doing, dude? Get down, my man. Get down. Creeks, buddy. I'm gonna need you to go, okay? Okay. Okay, he's super, super confused. Get over there, buddy. Yeah, getting off Trico is a pain. Yeah, you can jump to the pillar, that's fine. I know, you're a goober. Getting off Trico is a pain. Like, the grab is so aggressive when you don't need it to be, you know? Like, sometimes all you need is just to hop off of Trico and the boy decides he needs to grab Trico 6 times on the way down. And it's like, come on, just let me get off. Which would be a lot nicer than if there was a grab button, right? Because then you just don't hold it and you don't grab. This barrel stresses me out. Because it can really roll quite a distance away if Trico doesn't catch it. Thankfully he did. Yeah, a lot of things would be really different with a dedicated grab button. I'm not really holding out too much hope. Hey Draco, nice to see ya. Hey Mort or Ask Mort is broken today. I don't know why, it just completely unlinked from all of the accounts. I'm gonna have to spend like half an hour later fixing it. But yeah, I don't really see this game getting a remaster. Certainly not soon, if at all. But then again, it came on the PS5, which is weird to me. Yeah, Draco, nice to see you, by the way. I don't know quite what made it do that. I turned it on this morning. It didn't know who I was. It doesn't know that I'm live. Very odd. Yeah, there's gonna be a Last Guardian Chonk percent race on Friday. I won't be participating, I'll be commentating, but still. JK will be there, Aiden will be there, Usurp will be there. Don't know why I gave that third command, I think because I had just mentioned 3 people. Did I say Sancho? Sancho will be there as well. But the difference is, none of them have ever practiced all barrels. They, like, I'm doing this stream just so they can watch a final time and just, you know, get familiar with it without actually doing it themselves, because none of them have ever run it. And so it should be a lot of fun. Mort probably did break it. If we're being real, think about what kind of lizard Morty is. He broke it. I think you can get sub 5 hours because, like, a lot of the time at least, barrels are kind of obvious. There are a couple that are pretty well hidden, but for the most part, it's not actually that easy to just walk past a barrel. And Trico will eventually eat them. Even if you're unsure of like the best way to give that particular barrel to him. And all of you are already, you know, good Last Guardian runners, so I think you can do sub 5 hours. But then again, we'll see what happens with the Coliseum. Like, the Coliseum is going to be one of the single biggest time sinks for anybody. I literally didn't even complete Colo Barrel at really, really longathon because after like 10 minutes or something I couldn't get it, so... Whoa, not me. Thank you. Rico, I've got this one. Pick any of the other ones that I'm not currently murdering. Ha, he fell on his buddy. That was a good turtle guards. Do we already know who commentates the eco race? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Sancho, I think, is muted right now. But Sancho might know. Little boy, get your act together, please. Soon I shall play eco. I know Sancho is really close to requesting it. I just need to... Does anybody here know how to stream from a PS3? Who could help me? Like, I think I just need a splitter box. Because I don't have the original Elgato. I have, like, the Elgato HDS or whatever. So I think I just need a splitter box. But I would need that in order to play eco. So if anybody, like, uses one of those and has one that works for you, could you let me know? Because I don't know what I'm doing. Sancho apparently has just like a straight up Elgato HD60, which comes equipped with the ability to stream from PS3, so. Because I guess the problem arises from the fact that you can't turn off HDCP on PS3, it's just like always on. So I guess that's why you can't just use some kinds of Elgatos to stream from PS3. But once I get the ability to stream from PS3, oh boy. It's gonna get dangerous up in here. I'm gonna do Shadow of the Colossus, not Shadow of the Colossus, Legend of Dragoon. Which is gonna take... Realistically, I really want to play Legend of Dragoon on stream, but that could literally take like a year to complete. Because if I only play it on Fridays and only for a couple hours at a time, like, could take a really long time. It's one of those old school PS1 4-disc RPGs. But then again, I also know exactly what's happening and where to go at all times, so that would probably make it faster. My schedule has been super insane lately, but I have been wanting to do more Friday streams. Just like casual fun stuff like I did that intended percent for Shadow of the Colossus. I want to do that more. 'Cause I'm so busy. I've been intending to play Detroit Become Human on stream for like a year. And I just haven't had the time. And to be clear, I've played through that game quite a lot. I've played through it multiple times, but I want to play it again because it's a good game. Hey, Stepkey. Thank you for the good luck. How you doing? How have your runs been lately? That right there is one of the only necessary hints in the whole game, just like JK said. As much as I understand that this is supposed to be an endearing game about a small boy and his giant feathery cat dog weasel, I really wish that it was possible to die. Like, not just fall from things, but like, I wish that, for example, if that door crushed me, I wish that there was just like a fade to black there. I wish that there was some stakes, you know? Instead of just the boy being like, ugh, oh, my ankle. Okay, never mind, I'm fine. You know? I'm hungry for steaks. Speaking of steaks, did I ever tell y'all about the fact that husbando for our first date took me to a steakhouse and a movie, and we walked around and looked at cute puppies, and I didn't realize that it was a date? When I say I have no common sense, that's the kind of thing I mean. That's what I think of when I think of steak. I think of going to that steakhouse and being like, oh, this is a really nice thing for a friend to do. Oh, I did Hodor. I wasn't really paying attention. Exactly. It's like the literal... You don't get much clearer than going to a steakhouse, watching a movie, and walking through, like, a cute little shopping center in midwinter window shopping. Like, that's literally a date. And I didn't even. But then I got home later, and I texted one of my friends, and I was like, wait a second. Hold on. Did I just go on a date? And she was like, are you kidding? And then the next weekend, husbando invited me over to his apartment where we binge watched all of Star Wars. And in my brain, good throw, little boy. In my brain, I was like, okay, so I think the last one was a date, but this doesn't seem like a date. This is probably just hanging out, right? Like, good lord. I'm dumb. And he didn't tell me until like years later, but during that Star Wars date incident, he went to go get pizza and he nearly died on the way back. Like, he got stuck in the snow and couldn't get out, and he didn't tell me though because he didn't want me to worry. At the time, of course. Boy, now that I'm thinking back on it, I was just not great at dating. Because now, thinking back, I remember too, when he said that he liked me, we had gone out to my car because we were playing Monster Hunter for like the whole night together, like handheld DS Monster Hunter. I think it was Monster Hunter no, it wasn't Generations, it was 4. Pretty sure it was Monster Hunter 4. Anyway, so it was late at night and he walked me to my car. And he said, you know, that he liked me a lot. And my response was to say, well, that was a very brave thing to say. And then get in my car and just leave. Why did he stay? He still makes fun of me for it. He said that he was really confused, but he was like, well, okay, I guess. So I'm not the brightest, but you know what? It worked out. Unfortunately, he doesn't often have moments like that. It's me that's the dumb one, basically. Like the closest comparable moment is this time that we wanted to go get chicken wings. And there's a place called Wing Snob. Trico? There's a place called Wing Snob near us. And we had never tried it. And he's like, what's that place that's down by the mall that sells wings? And I was like, oh, it's Wing Snob. Do you want to try that? And he's like, no, what's it called? And I was like, Wing Snob. And he's like, Wing Stop? And I was like, no, it's Wing Snob. And he cycled through like 5 other wing sellers' names and couldn't figure it out. And he was like, seriously, what's the name of the place? And I was like, Wing Fuckers. Because I was getting frustrated. And then he looked at me and he was like, oh, it's Wing Snob, isn't it? Are you kidding me? So we call it Wing Fuckers now because of the time that he wouldn't believe me and pretended that he came up with Wing Snob. But that was more him not listening, not that he was dumb. It is a challenge to speak normally after I've been speaking to him. Like, it's a challenge if we're in public to not just be like, hey, do you want to go to Wing Fuckers? You know? Because it's just such a habit. That thing, I think it was Usurp, right? That she posted in memes about all of the restaurant names spelled wrong. That's just how we talk. Taco Baco and stuff like that. That's just how we talk, and it's so hard to remember, like, not to do that when we're around other people or we're in public. Alright, we're done with this little any percent section. Personally, I wait to go get the barrel until after Trico is, you know, able to come in here and fight, because otherwise he's just kind of standing around and not doing anything. So you might as well get the barrel later. Get down, child! Get off of the chain, please, for Pete's sake. He would not. But yes, by all means, Husbando and I are just absolute goobers when we're with each other, so... Someday, I'll convince him to be on stream and not be quiet because he's afraid that he's gonna embarrass me or something. Someday. Where are you going? Oh, this boy. Wow, camera, thank you. I would definitely really like to look at that chain that I've already solved the puzzle about. They have really good garlic parm fries, okay? It's like real tasty. Hey, buddy. Good catch. And sometimes you get like 600 absolutely giant wings from them, and other times it's like they shove your wings and your fries in the same box, and it's like, guys, what's up here? So they're kind of inconsistent, but I do really like them. Wing Snob is the actual name of the business if you would like to try them out. Word of advice for barrel runners here, racers. Do not leave these barrels to Trico to eat on his own. Like, don't just go up there and toss them down and then continue solving the puzzle. He will not eat them once you leave. And you can't get back down to him, so. You need to make sure that he eats them before you go out onto these, like, hanging things. You going, buddy? Sometimes I do have to actually remember that I am doing this run to help the chunk percent raisers. Hey, buddy. The easiest way to feed these barrels is to just have him come up and then catch them from you. But, you know, sometimes he doesn't, so that's why I say, like, you can't just leave him, you know? You have to go back down and make sure he eats this, because if you just assume that he's going to come down here and eat this while you're solving the rest of the puzzle, he won't. I didn't break my leg that bad, come on. Jeez. Thank you. Boy. Okay. But yet again, another section that's basically just the same as the any percent. That helps. Like, when you're focused on barrels for the entire run, it helps to just have little sections where you don't have to think for a while, you know? I was thinking about platinum percent for just a second in my brain, and just the thought of it absolutely exhausted me again. There's just so much you have to remember, and if you forget, the run is just over, you know? All of the hints, all of the barrels, all of the other stuff where you only really have one opportunity to do it, like... Oh, there's so much. Hey Foxy, thanks for the good luck. How you been? Is Mort asleep? Yes. He is asleep. He was zooming around this morning just because he wanted to get warm. And then He got cozy. He's completely unlike my other reptiles. My other reptiles go and get warm, and then obviously because they're cold-blooded, once they are warm, they have energy, and they go do the zoomies. Mort's the opposite. He does the zoomies to go over to get warm, and then once he's warm and cozy, he just cuddles up and goes to sleep. Hey, Sancho! Nice to see ya! How's it been hanging? I'm just gonna stay up here. Whatever. No wonder the bot isn't working. He's sleeping. Want to see how you get one of the barrels in the first water section? Through much agony and pain. That's how. That first water section sucks. We lost, I don't know, like 2 minutes or something to that first water section. It's very hard as far as the barrels are concerned. So I asked you earlier, Sancho. Trico, buddy, I'm gonna need you to go, please. I asked you earlier, Sancho, if you're still hanging in there. I know that things have been tough lately. It's fun to just like putz around like that, isn't it? To just like try to do random physics stuff with the game. No busted pipes. That's good. That's something I super sympathize with because we've had no end of frozen pipes. And we're, you know, obviously we're in Michigan. We should be prepared for this. And it's just, oh, it's so frustrating. Yeah, it's good that you have everything back. I'm glad you have electricity and internet and everything that you need. There were a lot of people too, you know, obviously I'm in a lot of reptile groups, and there were a lot of people who, you know, they had reptiles who were dying or who were getting sick because they couldn't keep them warm. And like, I have an emergency plan in place for my reptiles, but not for an entire week or a week and a half or whatever, you know? We have too many reptiles to just, like, sleep with them to keep them warm. I can't imagine being put in that position. Some people have those outrageous bills, like, I can't even. Had I been closer to Texas, my house would have been filled with like 30 reptiles over the last week because I would have driven down and taken as many as I could carry, you know, to keep them warm. Hey CJ, nice to see you. Yeah, Mort's been sleeping basically the entire day because he's a lazy bum. Everybody knows he has important Morty matters to attend to that he's sleeping through. We've considered a generator for here, just again because we have so many reptiles. But they are definitely not cheap. Oof, that was spooky. Good skip though. Still behind because of what happened before the skip, but the skip itself was good. And I hope that something is done about those bills, because that's... I understand that you agree to buy electricity at the price of wholesale or whatever, and sometimes this can happen, but within reason, right? You agree to something within reason. And this was not within reason. And there's no reason at all that it should have been that expensive to begin with, so... I hope that it gets sorted out and that, you know, they figure out a good solution. Sure thing, Sancho. Feel free to hop in and out. Yeah, we basically have looked into small generators and like single serve solar panels, you know what I'm talking about? But everything is just so expensive. And I can't for the life of me locate a single person who participates in a solar farm program. Because the premise of a solar farm program is you pay a small fee every month on your electricity bill to essentially rent a solar panel. And then if the solar panel produces more than you use, you get a credit back. And I can't for the life of me... Oh, there's a glare on my TV and I can't see. I can't for the life of me find anybody who's actually participating in those to be able to ask them questions and see if it's good, you know? Yeah, exactly, Foxy. Like, there has to be some sort of regulation. And it's especially unfair because, just like with internet, you know, the same thing is true with internet. There are monopolies and there's nothing you can do about it. You don't have free market choice to regulate your own costs. You just have to pay what they say that you have to pay because you need that resource. What is happening? Where do I exist? Rico did not understand me. Alright, we're good here. Like, you can absolutely put me on record as saying that I do not want to live in America. I hate it here. But we don't have better options because Husbando doesn't have viable employment anywhere else. So here we stay. I am absolutely not one of those people who's like, you should be proud to be an American. Why? I'll be proud to be an American when America does the right thing. You know? Until then, I can be critical of my own country for being dumb. Rico was real close to trying. Oh well. But America! My parents are like that. My parents are very much, you can't say anything bad about America. Why? America doesn't do everything right. I learned a long time ago that blind indoctrination is not the way to go. Hey buddy, keep going. No, 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 no. Hey, dude. Focus. Focus. Absolutely. Like, healthcare is a real problem. Like, let me give you perspective. I went to the ER, I want to say like 2 years ago. Let's just pretend that it was like 2 years ago. Yeah, Foxy knows. Foxy understands. So let's say 2 years ago. I went to the ER because I was really, really sure that my appendix had burst. That's not something that you can just deal with. You have to go to the ER. I went to the ER. They checked me in, and they basically came in, pressed on my stomach, and said, no, you don't have appendicitis. And I was like, well, but it really, really hurts, though. And I have a really high tolerance for pain, and this is, like, really, really bad, though. And so they had me stay there for a couple hours, and eventually the pain did subside. And it wasn't appendicitis. But essentially what I did was I came into the ER for something that you have to go to the ER for. They squished my stomach and talked to me, and I got a bill for $4,000. $4,000 was extraordinarily cheap, but let me be clear, $4,000 was what I had to pay. The bill itself was like $21,000. The $4,000 was after my insurance had stepped in. And, you know, if you're in America, you probably hear people being like, oh, you don't actually have to pay that. Just call the hospital and be like, I'll pay in cash, or I'll pay, like, give me an itemized bill. Like, there's all these strategies to get your bill reduced. No. No. It didn't work. I had to pay $4,000. And people wonder why people in America don't go to the doctor. Well, because I could go to the doctor, or I could buy a car. A used car, you know? Like, you don't go to the doctor here unless you think you are dying. Or unless you have a really, really good health plan. Which is going to cost you a lot of money. Husbando and I are obviously planning for our retirement, and we just spoke with a fiduciary. That fiduciary informed us that we should plan for a minimum of $1,000 a month for our health insurance in retirement. And that's just paying for the insurance. The insurance itself still will not cover you until you've spent a certain amount. What is this? You know? Do you have a high deductible? Little boy, get down. Ooh, I don't want to be on the chain. Move. Little boy, move. For the love of God. Move. Thank you. I used to have a really high deductible plan, and I'm assuming that I probably do, in fact, need to say this because not all countries have such things. The deductible is how much of your insurance, like how much you have to pay out of pocket before insurance will start to cover something. So my deductible when I first graduated college was $9,000. So I would have had to pay $9,000 per, like, within 1 year. And after I paid the $9,000, then insurance would start to cover things. But until you pay that $9,000, you're on your own. Good healthcare plans, like really, really good ones, still you have a deductible of like $1,500 to $2,000. Usually, I would say. Our current plan is $5,000. So as a reminder, you pay, like, okay, my best friend, she was my maid of honor at my wedding. It's her, her husband, and her daughter. They pay $800 a month for the privilege of owning health insurance, for which they have to pay $5,000 per year before the insurance works. What are we doing, America? You know? Yeah, the deductible is a yearly thing, so if you're gonna have something happen, you might as well do it in 1 year. That's why a lot of people, if they've had a big procedure during the year, will try to cram as much into that year as possible because their deductible has been met. And there was a brief period of time where I made little enough that I was able to be on the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, whatever you choose to call it. I got so much done during that time. Like, I made sure that every surgery that I needed, or that I was aware that I needed at that time, happened during that time. Exactly, Aiden, but what people don't understand, that's why people in America tend to not like what they would call socialized healthcare. Because they're like, oh, the wait times are so long. If you got shot in the head, you are not going to sit in the waiting room for 4 hours. That's what they don't understand. You know? You're still going to go back there really fast because you got shot in the face. You know? Yeah, urgent care should definitely be more utilized. And I understand, where am I? I understand that there are some things that urgent care won't treat. Like, Husbando went to urgent care once with, like... it was chest pain, but he knew that it was coming from, like, his stomach. And they said, like, no, no, no. No, no, you gotta go to the hospital. And I get that. I get that. Because it's chest pain in a guy. You know, they're gonna send you to the ER. So I get it. But... the other thing to know about urgent care, though, that frustrates me, it's $60, which is the same as my office copay for a doctor. So it's like, I'm still prohibitive, it's still prohibitive by cost, right? I don't want to pay $60 to show up and be like, eh, is this okay? So, by and large, you will find that Americans just kind of deal with health issues that should probably be checked. Because we don't have the money to just, like, dump into healthcare like we have to, you know? And here's another healthcare story, if you want to be, like, even more shocked. For those who are unaware, I can't have kids, and that was a choice. When I went to go have that procedure done, it was very, very hard to get insurance to cover it. Because of the whole, you're a girl, you'll change your mind thing. They didn't want to cover it. So anyway, I go to get this procedure done. And health insurance finally says, hey, we're going to cover this. And so I go, I'm in the hospital, I have an IV in my arm, and the nurses and doctors have gathered around my, like, I don't know, stretcher bed thing to wheel me back into surgery. At that moment, my doctor comes in and he's like, hey, I just was on the phone with the insurance, they're not going to cover this anymore. And I was like, what? I had the IV in my arm and they weren't going to cover it. What would have happened if it would have been 5 minutes later and I had already started the procedure? And so my doctor said, we can do the procedure that you had intended to have, but this is the other thing, we're not sure how much it's going to cost. And that's the thing about American healthcare. They can't tell you how much it's going to cost until it's already done. So you can't just call your insurance company and be like, hey, I'm thinking about having this procedure. How much will it be? They're like, I don't know. So you can't even make informed financial decisions. So I was like, well, I guess I can't take the risk of what on average is between $13,000 and $20,000 procedure. So I guess I'll get the one that I didn't want, but that still works, because that one's covered, and that's what I ended up doing. How is that okay? To schedule someone for a surgery, and then 2 seconds before they get wheeled back there, you tell them, just kidding, you can't have this. You know? I want that so bad, Foxy. I want estimates to be available. Because I go to the doctor a lot. There's something up with me. You sure are, Sancho. There's something up with me that we don't know what it is. And it's required a lot of tests. And I've been to, like, the only clinic in the country that specifically focuses on what we think the issue might be. Like, that's how deep into this hole of what could this be we are. So I go to the doctor fairly frequently. And just recently, I posted on Twitter, I said, you know, I was gonna miss stream and everything because I had an MRI. They could not tell me how much that was gonna cost. And I was like, I wanna know how much this MRI is gonna be before I agree to do it, or to rule out one super duper rare thing that I'm almost positive I don't have. But they couldn't tell me, so I chose to do it, and then it ended up being, you know, $4,000 or $3,000. I think it was high 3. It's just nonsense. It's nonsense to think that Husbando and I right now are on track for the exact kind of retirement that we want. And all it takes is one medical emergency for us to be in debt for the rest of our lives. To go from having exactly the retirement that we want and being amazing savers to being unable to fix our debt for the rest of our lives. You know, that's not okay. Death, thank you, Vine Skip. And we've had very real discussions of like, okay, like if I get cancer, I'm going to divorce you. Because then the other person is not responsible for those financial like burdens. And because like if I get cancer and Husbando and I divorce, then they can take all of my money, but they can't take his. So then we divorce, and then we just, you know, kind of still know each other and don't get remarried. And then that's just kind of how it goes, you know? This Vine Skip. Yep, lifelong roommates, exactly. I mean, if it's cancer, if one of us gets cancer, like, it's cheaper to fly to and live in another country for the duration of treatment than it is to get cancer treatment in the US. So... I'm just trying to get to these vines in a way that doesn't murder me. Thank you. And the other thing that I forgot to mention in the whole, like, they told me that I couldn't have the surgery as I was being wheeled back to have surgery, was that throughout that entire endeavor, I needed to consistently keep asking. Every time I saw somebody, every time I met a nurse, a doctor, anesthesiologist, whatever, I was like, are you in my network? Are you covered by my insurance? Because you can go to a hospital that's covered, but the individual doctors aren't covered by your insurance. And so that's something you need to be worried about while you have an IV in your arm. Like, come on. You know? It's not right. Yeah, like, I wish that we had that, Aiden. That would be just such a relief. Husbando and I would probably spend 2 weeks at the doctor each. Because we could finally go and just have things checked out that we need to have checked out, you know? Like, I have this, probably like a year ago, they did a biopsy on, like, my collarbone area, and it turned into a keloid scar, which is really, really painful. And I'd really like to have that removed, or, like, fixed, or undergo treatment for it, so it doesn't throb and burn and itch all day, every day. But that costs money, and I can just live with it, so I don't. Husbando has horrific back problems, but every time we see a doctor who doesn't know what it is, it's $60. So he just lives with it, you know? No, I mean, more than one place can have crappy healthcare, Draco. I don't think that, like, it's not a pity competition, right? A bunch of places can have sucky healthcare for different reasons. Hi, Morty. Oh, hey, buddy. What are you doing? And I mean, the US does have some things going for it. Like, by and large, the technological advancement of US medicine is good. So that's great. You generally receive very good care if you receive it. It's just way too expensive, you know? But I mean, it's certainly not a lie to say that I have tried to seek treatment for what we think might be happening with me through medical studies, because I don't have the money to pay for it otherwise. But if I do medical studies, they'll either pay me or they'll do it for free. So it shouldn't be that way. Hey, excuse you. Don't just get to get vacuumed into your arms, please. And it depends, too, on where bankruptcy is gonna leave you. You know? For some people, bankruptcy means losing their home, losing everything, and I absolutely cannot blame those people for choosing to be ill over choosing to be bankrupt. You know? So it depends on your situation. Okay, bye. Where's the door? There it is. For those doing the race, you can literally just push that out there by climbing through. You don't need to try to, like, throw the barrel through that hole, because that can be challenging. Good catch, Trico. Thanks. Oh, I need a helmet. Welcome back, Sancho. We've been having quite a discussion. Rico, I see, was playing with the helmet and knocked it into this guy. Chill, buddy. I need you to stop with the helmet, okay? Rico, stop throwing the helmet around, buddy. Alright? If you're doing the Chonk percent race, you can consider, once Trico kills that armor, grabbing the helmet and bringing it into the room with you that has the barrel so that he doesn't wake up another armor like that. So yeah, Sancho, sorry you missed my giant rant on US healthcare, but you can watch it during the VOD, of course. I have one clip of Morty eating the camera. He will do it. He will come up to it and just give it a chomp. But it was from a long time ago when I was playing Dark Souls.
Atakuji awizi, yedu natiku, ino jo niatu on torikono.
Oh, come on, come on.
Onum agara.
The barrel after the two eyes. Oh, the one by Hodor? We got that one. And we also got the one before command skip that's down the long flight of stairs. Those are the ones that I missed most often. Thanks for hanging out, Foxy. Have fun with work, or at least make it the best that it can be, depending on whether or not you actually like your job. Yeah, what is it, Sancho? Shoot. I will always take ideas for meme runs. You must always do what a hint says. Oh, jeez. That would be really fun. I'd have to try it out because sometimes the hints disappear if you actually do them. So that would be sad. But that would be really, really fun. Because there would be so many times that it would just be like, hey, you're above this chasm. Why don't you drop? Don't forget drop is the X button. Or circle button or whatever. Morty, where are you going, dude? Also, I can see Trico's foot phasing through the floor. If we could get credit for breaking the platform, that'd be great. Yeah. He totally grabbed it and then he just didn't. Thank you. Yeah, he was being a little bit of a goober there too, Sancho. It can definitely be more problematic than it seems if he keeps like rotating his tail just because he's like wiggling his butt around up top. It is. It's really clunky. Half the time you climb up instead of going sideways. It's just, it's such a camera-dependent control scheme. It's very weird. Yeah, it thinks you want to jump off. Earlier, I was having that problem in the pendulum room. Like, I wanted to jump off, and it just, because of the camera, it just would not let me.
アドネーテセーセビュークーズイイウェテカシトゥネックオーラトオーナキャットアウェイジ
Eat the barrel, dude. Buddy. The barrel? Do your little happy dance. Alright, let's see where Morty went while Rico's figuring out his life. Oh, there's Morty. So, for the upcoming Coliseum part, Chonk % runners, it's up to you. I would probably encourage not doing Coliseum glitch because you probably want to have as many helmets as possible. Reason being, of course, you know, sometimes Trico can yeet them somewhere and it is impossible to find the helmet, and if you only have one, then obviously you can't even solve the puzzle, so. Do they come back after the checkpoint? That's nice. Where do you checkpoint? Just like after the fight and then it's fine? Because I definitely think that you do want to have, you know, as many helmets as possible to work with. Simply because, I mean, like I said, I've had it where I've done just the one helmet, and then Trico yeets it off of the catapult or something, and it goes behind a wall or like around the edge of the Coliseum, and I can't find it anymore. Yeah, I'll test it, Sancho. I might have to pause the splits though, real quick. I think the dog is like panicking because he has to poop, so... But yeah, let's test it. Alright, so we only got the one, of course. So I'll just reset once he kills it. Just like, you know. Just like we would in any other fight. Blam. I don't know why I made that over there. Can wait for the music to stop. Yeah, I mean, there's 2 helmets now, at least. So... that's good. The other ones are probably in their, like, respective... alcoves. So then, yeah, I guess you can still do the glitch as long as you get other helmets. I don't know how that reset would affect this barrel. Whether it would still be fed if you, like, did all this, tried with one helmet, and then lost the helmet and needed another one. So... And of course, if you want to be risky, you can totally do it. Yeah, there's the other helmets. The camera is forcing me to look at Trico, but they were there. If you want to be risky, you can do it without, you know, getting any other helmets. You can just do it with one. It's just risky if you end up not being able to find the helmet because Trito flung it. Trito? Is that his name now? Trico flung it somewhere. Just gonna... let's just shove that right there. I don't know, these one-horn helmets seem kind of unwieldy. I don't know. Oh, it actually stayed too. Is it up there? I don't actually know if it made it up there or not. No? Yes? Maybe? Is this it? It is! I don't want to turn this on right now. What am I doing? When's the last time that we got that on the first try? Had I ever tried what before? I guess I'll turn. Yes. I just do it so that I don't end up breaking my leg. And presumably because it carries more momentum, but mostly just so that I don't break my leg. Because if I get, like, yeeted up into the sky and then land on the ground, I break my leg, or I land on Trico. Actually, a lot of times Trico will, grab you. Like, he'll catch you out of the air on the way down, and then it takes him 6 years to put you down, so... Hey, calm it down, my dude. Oh, hi, Morty! Look at Morty! Sorry, buddy. That was my fault. I did that bad. Okay, can you handle this? Thank you. Is this not the way we're supposed to go? I guess not. Mort is watching. Morty, are you very upset at that camera right now? Gotta show that camera who's boss. Be a big tall man, huh? Oh, we're all being judged, Sancho. Mort sees into the inner confines of your soul. You can hide nothing. Oh, okay, he's done. Please tell me, Sancho, that was a reference to the Knight's Tale. Because I love that movie so much and I haven't seen it in such a long time. Buddy. My man, what were you staring at just now? Also, I completely didn't split for tall jump, which we didn't even do, so... Let's just do that. Oh good. Potential PB is going to be the one where I spend half an hour talking about the American healthcare system and another 20 minutes talking about how stupid I was that I didn't realize Husbando was asking me on a date. I had to think for a second, make sure I wasn't missing any barrels. It's tradition to rant on PBs. Well, you're not wrong. Little boy, for the love of God, just go up. Could that have been any slower? Yeah, the time save was from Kahlo. I just hadn't split tall jump yet. Because Kahlo doesn't actually have a split for some reason. Like the barrel up there doesn't have a split. So we determined that it's best to feed Trico the barrel in this room after you have already solved the puzzle. Because he's super, super focused on being up on that island to help you. And it's hard to get his attention away from that to go get the barrel. So you should give him the barrel after you've solved this whole little grate issue. Otherwise, you're just like constantly fighting with him to go like over to the wall where he needs to be because he wants to be over here. I do not know where Morty is at the moment. Alright, Trico. It's still really hard to get him to do this, but at least he's more likely to do it after the after the water puzzle has already been solved. Always think it's to the right, and it's to the left. Oh, lizards? Do you even know, like, is there like a list of where every single lizard is? Or do you just mean like the silver-tailed lizards? Either way. Good job, buddy. You can see reflected in that split the difficulty of getting Trico to do that before you do the puzzle. Ah. Trico. See? He really wants to be on that island. He's being such a butt cheek about it. Come on. Come here. You dingus. Alright, this one should work. There you go. Morty, where are you? I haven't seen Knight's Tail in so long. Also, I see Morty. His tail is very quickly disappearing behind here. Hopefully he'll come out in his little cave. Oh, also I didn't split.
熱見せたらな、おとつりこうの、いらかぜ、あらさい、いにやぜ、あウィ。
Yeah, hopefully we can sub 4. I think there's still definitely time to be saved on some of the harder barrels later on. But we'll see how Cage and White Tower go. Of course. I should really update the number of times that I've run this. It's just the number of times I've run these particular splits is apparently 4. Morty! Come back! will blame it on you, Sancho. I think that he looked into your soul and he just said, nope, I think I'm done. I was too radiant. So this whole section is basically just another any percent. Like, there's no barrels for a long time. I guess the first barrel is after Trico again. In that place right past where Aiden got stuck in the wall. Which now lives in horrifying memory in my brain forever. I'm now terrified of that little jump. Hey Thar! Nice to see ya. How you been? Oof! No, 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 no! Oh, help! Help! I just chose to walk out of that and die because I didn't have a foothold. There. I was trying to take it slow enough that she would be like this, but I was still just a little too fast. Oh well. Cool. Easy enough. Obviously that could have gone a little bit better, but it's no big deal. Are you coming? Come on. I've still got a bit of save to work with here. Hopefully we won't lose it all. And we'll save some on things like the barrel at White Tower at the very end with Trico's tail. Like, that by itself could save quite a bit of time. I mean, Colo Barrel on its own was a really big part of this, but still. Yeah, I doubt that I'll lose 7 minutes unless for some reason I can't do White Tower, which... Lord knows that I've lost world records to not being able to do White Tower for 13 minutes, so... Do you, Sancho? Like, it's actually pretty forgiving in that you can really go down just about anywhere and there's platforms under there for you. I mean, that doesn't mean that that's the most optimal way to do it, just that a lot of options, not necessarily so many good ones, right? I'm gonna see if I can't sneak the dog out right now during all of this. I'll be right back. Of course, you know, dog is fast asleep. But anyway, do tell, Sancho.
アーティストガジ
Didn't mean to cut you off there.
よくイディロッティアウィゼ
Oh, nice. Thanks, Sancho. Remind me, and I'll, like, try to do that. Because like I said, you know, you can actually go down there in quite a lot of spots. But then you have to do all of the platforming, right? If you go down in the wrong spot. So it works, but it's not ideal if you don't do it close to the actual barrel. But it is super disorienting. So it's good that there's something consistent. See, I've never really had a problem with him dropping his tail. I have a problem with him, like, not yanking it back up, right? Or getting the boy to climb it instead of just walk off the cliff. That's usually where the problem lies for me. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, that's nice. I guess that's true, because, like, if you do pet him, you could probably just get him to go to sleep, you know? And then he wouldn't yank his tail up anymore. Yeah, because you pet once to get him to sit down, and then you pet again to get him to sleep. So since he's already sitting, that's probably what's happening, which is good. Well, you know, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of this, but we will accept what we are given. Sancho, you cheater. Yeah, Shadow Tash, if you find something, let us know, because poop percent is currently, I would say, the most heavily tested with, like, nothing consistent yet. I was concerned, Aiden. That was not a good way to start Cage. It ended up working out really well, but... I'll take this, I guess. It's actually fine. Probably. I'm actually kind of stuck in the other cage a little bit, but... cool. That was nice. That was definitely a cage puzzle I can be happy with. I think the big issue with Cage is learning how it interacts with the rubble. Yeah, like, even if you're just trying to roll the cage in a straight line and there's nothing in front of you, it still like bounces and stuff. And then when it hits the ground again after a bounce, it can start to spin depending on where you are, and there's a lot going on besides just rolling a cage in a straight line, you know? That makes it like really hard to to get the dang thing to work. And it's often really frustrating too, because when you run into things with the edge of the cage, it's not just that you run into them. You run into them and then you kind of like curl around them so that you become even more stuck. And it sucks. You don't just kind of go bonk and then just stop where you are. It like drags you and it's even worse. And like part of the reason that Cage Puzzle is so frustrating to practice is because there's not really any good saves. Like, if you checkpoint before Cage actually starts, then you have to wait for Trico to do his whole thing every time you want to practice. And then if you actually get the cage to go, well then you have a new checkpoint. Like, you have to use save states, and it sucks. I know this from doing the theory tasks and trying to work out how to make Cage, like, perfect, and how annoying this section was. Also, where is Morty? Oh, no, he is in his cage. Or in his cave. Sorry, I bumped the mic with my arm. Here you go, buddy. You got this, okay? You got this, my man. The giant benches. Keep going. Don't stop. Thank you. Here you go. Look. Alright, I think he's got it. This seems to be a very good setup. If he doesn't, like, zip to this jump as soon as you get up here, it becomes really, really hard to get him to do this jump. I don't know why. I lost a world record here once because he just wouldn't jump. Like, I literally spent 5 minutes trying to get him to jump. And at that point the world record holder was still Satsu. And I was ahead of Satsu at the end of Cage by about 1:10. And I lost it to Trico not jumping there. He was about to leave. Yeah, I had to get off of him quick. That's why I'm calling him now. To try to keep him here. It is surprising that there's not really any Easter eggs. At least not that I'm aware. I guess technically the lizards are kind of, and the leaves are kind of reminiscent of Shadow, but... Rico, are you still here? You are. Okay, easiest way to do this barrel. This barrel's kind of a nightmare. Don't try to feed it to Trico on that ledge, because he'll never be in a position really where he can grab it from you. Just throw it down here, and then listen to him either that he wants to grab it like this, or that he'll just take it out of your hand. But don't try to feed him from that ledge, because he doesn't... What on earth was that? He doesn't have the space to turn and like, grab it from you up there. Easier, dude. Let's go. Oh, well thanks for running, dude. That's one of the few times when sprinting is actually better. Yeah, that is kind of my curse, isn't it? I do that a lot. Somehow I end up with PB times in tutorials. Or like runs where... That's the thing, like, I can't take speedrunning seriously. That's why I don't grind well, one of the many reasons I don't grind world records. And things like that. I do best when I'm just kind of chill. You know? Yeah, the 325 though, that was really surprising. Because I literally just stepped away from the game for 5 minutes. But we won't count our Tricos before they hatch here. I got like a little failed jump there. Like Trico moved at the same time I jumped, and so he sucked some of my momentum. So I wasn't able to go quite as far as I wanted to. Also, I like that this run has been like 90% me just yammering about stuff. And probably like, I don't know, a total of 2 minutes of me actually explaining how to do the barrels. To be fair, most of them are pretty self-explanatory, and I'm pointing out the ones that aren't. Other than just don't forget where they are. But I'm sure you can see, right, how... I don't know what the word is. How surprised I am, I guess, that I've never held the Last Guardian world record. Right? You know what I mean? Like, I think people have the impression that I held it at one point, but then Satsu took it away from me, or Samurai took it away from me, or whatever. No. I have literally never held the Last Guardian any % world record. And I don't understand. But it's kind of nice at the same time. Because then I still have something to play for, right? I did mean to fix that, Sancho. I was gonna go back in and, like, edit Satsu's thing, and then, like, re-update with a new video. Thank you, Draco. I would like to think so. But I'm not in any rush, and I never really have been. There was essentially, I think, 1 week out of the entire time that I've been speedrunning Last Guardian that I was actually actively grinding for world record. And it was one of the worst weeks of my gaming life. So, I will not do that again. I am just very much not the kind of person who will grind world records. Okay, hold on. Okay, Husbando has sent me a text that says, let's do pork today, so I have to get the pork out of the freezer during this cutscene. Hold on just a second. Okay, I'm back. Let me catch up with chat here real quick. I always run for fun. Getting world records is not important to me. Yeah, like... world records are nice, but most of the time I prefer not to have world record because then there's not as much to do, right? I have world record in Spyro 80 Dragons. I have world record in Spyro any percent. When was the last time you saw me run those, right? Except for marathons. 80 Dragons is like my most prolific marathon run. Like, the only reason that I would ever want the Last Guardian world record is just like some sort of acknowledgement of how long I've been playing Last Guardian, but I have that in other ways. I have that in the theory tasks, I have that in the platinum percent, like, it's fine. And now I just get to keep running and helping other people with their runs too, and that's good. I like that. Like, the Pathless, I literally just wanted to hold the world record once because I knew that I could. And I did. I got world record at Animalthon on Saturday. So, I'm good now. You know, it makes me happy. Sancho. Sancho, this is your version of Wingdings, isn't it? What's the worst barrel to get and why is it the one above the Coliseum? I think that is the worst barrel. Like, not even sarcastically, I think that's the worst barrel. The one that we're actually coming up to kind of soon, in the spiral staircase room is also kind of a nightmare, but that's mostly just annoying because you have to climb a spiral staircase for like 2 minutes. Not actually because it's hard. Well, how I get the helmet up there so easily was luck. That was a very lucky launch on Trico's part. Because there's really no way to guarantee that you get it up there. The devs themselves have said there is no way to guarantee that you get it up there. You just keep doing it until it happens. So that was just really, really lucky today to get it on the first try. So the spiral staircase does have stairs that cut across, or pathways that cut across. The problem is that they don't have invisible walls around them. Like, for example, the place right before Colosseum where Trico fights those two armors do. So if you chuck the barrel down there, it's just gonna bounce off. You know? And sometimes the path, it's not straight across. It slants up and down. So sometimes you're gonna be, if you take the path across, you're gonna be going down. You know? That's kind of how I feel Tic Tac about Samurai's world record in this. Like, Samurai had a really, really good Trico. And that's not to discount Samurai's run, like, himself. I'm not just blaming, I'm not saying like, oh, Samurai was not good, but Trico was amazing. You know, Samurai was really good too. And so, to compete with that world record, you really need to be on top of your game and have a really, really good Trico, which is out of your control. But I think it'll be quite a while before somebody beats Samurai's world record. Satsu himself, for the longest time, was talking about how the low end of Last Guardian world record would probably be about 315. And Samurai has a low 315, so that's quite the bar. But keeps me playing. Yeah, exactly. Spiral Staircase is tedious. That's a good word to describe it. The boy is so much more a challenge than Trico. Like, Trico can be challenging in his own way, as far as just, like, not listening to you. Or doing things slowly. Like, there's... Oh, I'm sure you're aware, there's a way for Trico to listen to you, but not listen to you. Like, if you tell him to do a jump, he can be positioning himself for a jump, but he can be taking a really long time to do it. That you don't have control over. And so when I say that somebody has a really good Trico, that's what I mean. I mean that Trico, when you tell him to jump, he takes the fewest possible steps and then he's in position instead of putzing around and all that. But the boy is definitely one of the hardest parts. Because the momentum and the physics and just all sorts of stuff is really wonky with him. And over time, that adds up. All the little stumbles, all of the little long grabs instead of the quick pull-ups, all of that, you know, ends up adding up. Like little things like that. Grabbing with one hand instead of grabbing with two. Like a second. How many times do you do that over the course of a run? You know? He survived on jelly donuts. You are what you eat. That was decent, except for the fact that Trico turned around. But he made it a quick turn back here, so that's good. I do not understand how Samurai gets kills there. I do not understand it. My last run, there's a point where I swear I did everything right and Trico said no. That happens to me a lot, like I said, in that spot after Cage where you have to jump up into the hole in the ceiling where you got stuck, Aiden. He disobeys a lot there, and it drives me insane. Because it's just a simple command, it's a simple point command. And he just won't do it. Alright, I expect to lose some time here. It's alright. I don't necessarily know. It appears from my splits that I spent a not insignificant amount of time. Trico, could you not? A not insignificant amount of time, doing White Tower in these splits. But I would still accept time loss here as long as we get it done. I'm almost tempted, based on how much time it looks like we have, to just go around the White Tower to keep some of my save. But that shouldn't be necessary. I just need to have confidence in myself. Yeah, I am gonna restart though. There's no sense climbing back up. When you're doing it from this angle, there's really no sense in climbing back up when you can just restart. I'm a champion, that's right. I am only gonna give this a couple more tries though, and then I will go around the White Tower. Don't get me wrong. Alright, whew. I'm glad to have that over, although I'm not gonna say anything and I'm still gonna take this very gently. Alright, now we've got the checkpoint, so we're good. I never want to say anything about that until I'm already like up here. You jump so far away? Do you mean once I'm on the V-beam, I jump up to the next one when I'm so far? Thank you, Draco. I think in the end, like, everybody has a slightly different way that they do White Tower. You know? Which is really interesting that it can work in multiple ways. Oh, I didn't split. Yeah, Bridge has variety too, for sure. And I think it all comes down to the fact that this game, like, actively thinks, if that makes sense. So you can exploit that to make multiple things work in the same situation. Get out of the way. The staircase barrels are literally just I walk up there and then I walk down. It's what was the word you used, Draco, earlier? I forget. Tedious, yes. That was what it was. It's a good word to describe it, because it's literally just an unnecessarily long puzzle, you know, that's not even really a puzzle. You ready? Also, if you've never... I kind of see it, and so it brings it to mind. If you've never actually paid attention really closely to Trico's horns in the endgame, they're like opals. They are like, what do you call it? Iridescent? Rainbow colored on the inside. Really interesting lighting effect. Yeah, for sure, Draco. I think that they kind of take it to an extreme in this game. Trico falls all the time, to the point where, like, I knew that he was going to, you know? And I didn't want that to be the case. But... because, like, right before Long Live the King, he falls on every single jump. And it's like, he doesn't have to fall every time. Also, I really hope that this barrel is up and not down. I'm pretty sure that it's up. Considering that that's what my splits say. But yeah, like, you'll see that this staircase is up, which is fine. You can, like, take this. But just be careful not to take the ones down that you don't want to take down, you know? I really want to toss this down, and I think there could potentially be a way to do that in a lucky manner. But that would be something reserved for, like, a Last Guardian all barrels task type thing. Not real time. So yeah, if you are at all confused about where exactly the barrel is in relation to the staircases, just continue walking up the stairs. Like these circular stairs, and you will get to it. Hi, Turiker. Do not feed him near those stairs, or it will fall. And you will rue the day that you were ever born. Come on, buddy. Ready? Good job. Woo! I forgot how close I was to the edge. He ate that really quickly, which is nice. Yeah, Aiden, so basically, you can just walk up the circular stairs if you want, but if you don't, you know, just make sure that you're going up, basically. Keep yourself going up, and keep an eye out for the platforms that intersect with the stairs, because the barrel is going to be... if you're walking up the circular stairs, the barrels are going to be to your right. Like, outside. Because the platforms are outside the tower. If that made sense. I feel like I didn't explain that very well. But yeah, just keep an eye on the central paths that go across. Keep going up However, be aware that it is possible to go too far up. The stairs keep going past that barrel, so, you know, just keep an eye out. I wasn't watching, can you do it again? Reset, we have to start over, Sancho missed it. Haha. That guy with the sword, if you didn't know, always runs to meet your trajectory, so it doesn't matter what path you take, he will always try to be in your way. You can use that to, like, get around him by moving him intentionally. But he's just an annoying biscuit, is basically my point. I have some pretty nice time save here. I'm not gonna push it. That's why I'm not gonna push it. Because as you can see, I died trying to do that skip last time. This is my favorite part. Does that make me a psychopath? I love this part. It's just firmly ingrained in my memory for the emotional commitment that you feel at this point, you know? Because, like, I was just desperate to save Trico. And that's what makes it work, right? That's what makes it so memorable and so wonderful, is you're fully invested. Nice. Very nice. I don't mind not being, like, hanging during that. That's fine, as long as I'm here. And the minecarts are moving. So that's great. Alright. I'm gonna... This is a risk. Yep. And that is exactly why it's a risk. That spear doesn't exist anymore. Alright. I'm gonna run this as if he has no spears. If we get hold on Trico, pull it out, it's an automatic reset because we don't have spears. But I'm gonna take the risk. Because even if it's a reset, we still have time. Like, that won't erase all of the time save. Thought about just resetting, but there's no sense in resetting into spears if we don't have to, you know? That was foolish of me. And that's why. To do that one second so that you don't get knocked out of your mirror thing like I just did. I'm taking a look at Trico for spears while I climb this, but I really don't see any, so... Ueda has a good sense of, like, emotional trajectory, of the logical flow of one emotion to another. So, like, in the fight you feel stress, right? And commitment to Trico and such. And then once the fight is over... Sorry, I'm paying attention for hold on Trico, I'll pull it out. Once the fight is over, you have this feeling that since the fight itself was so aggressive and so long, but since it seemed to work and you got rid of the other Trico, that is success. And that is victory. And that juxtaposes with the sense that you don't know if you're going to be able to help Trico now, because you're like, well, I won the fight though. So everything's okay, but everything's not okay because Trico's hurt, you know? And that moving from one emotion, victory and stress, to another, confusion and concern, is what helps this to work so well, I think. Because it's not fair, you know? You won, but Trico got hurt anyway. It's not fair. This could be a college paper. How's the run going? Does the -12 speak for itself? Yeah, basically. I mean, we just had a really good run. We saved quite a lot of time on getting Hollow Barrel on the first try. That was like multiple minutes. Alright, no hold on Trico, which is fantastic. And I think that there's still definitely something to be said for making the controls better. You know, like if we ever got a remaster, I want to see the camera behave a little differently. I don't want to remove the, to a speedrunner, annoying, like, automatic pans and stuff, because that makes it cinematic. That helps draw your eye to important storytelling features. I don't mind dealing with that as a speedrunner. What I mind is when the camera vanishes inside of a wall and I have no idea what's happening, because that affects casual players too. And, you know, same with the controls. I want Trico to not listen. I want Trico to be able to be easily overwhelmed with commands. I want that. I don't want, you know, the buttons... Like, there have been so many times where, you know how when the boy grabs a ledge, sometimes he, like, folds in on himself and it's this horrifying spaghetti creature for a second? Sometimes when that happens, his arms will cross, and then if I push to the left, he goes left, and if I push to the right, he also goes left. And it's like, stuff like that shouldn't be happening, right? But I definitely think that a lot of what is good about this game is part of what makes it feel clunky. And I want to preserve that, because that's part of the important storytelling stuff, you know? Yeah, R2 being the mirror is fine. I don't mind Circle being the mirror if R2 is, you know, pet Trico, grab things, whatever. But yeah, the stuff on Circle button needs to be separated into different commands or controls. Embrace the jelly. Sure. Like, of the things to fix, that's definitely like low on the list. I definitely want to see the option to toggle tutorials, to map your own controls, and for the camera to not get stuck in walls. You know? And maybe a little bit of fine-tuning about this auto-grab stuff. I'm not sure if I would fully recommend not having auto-grab at all, but I've seen too many people's enjoyment of these huge climactic moments. It happened to you, Aiden. It's happened to a ton of people that I've seen. You know, you're in the middle of this cutscene and you just come flying off a Trico. And it's like, well, that undercuts the entire thing that you were experiencing, you know? Also, I didn't even notice if Trico even did the twirly whirl. I was too busy, like, focused on what I was thinking about. Right, Sancho? It's a huge stretch of space. I guess, like, just because you just gave him, like, 1,000,000 barrels, right? They're like, okay, you're probably done with that for now. Yeah, and Ueda said that he himself, like, still wasn't really very happy with it, which, that's a really Japanese thing to say. You know what I mean? That's a very common sentiment among professionals in Japan, is that they're never happy with their work or that it could have always been better. Especially among game developers and stuff like that, but I mean, you don't have to convince me that this game is great. There's too much positivity in here. What are you folks doing? I don't really know why I'm standing up here. If I could not, that would be great. So we basically just got a few barrels left. Unfortunately, one of them is fairly challenging. Sancho, I will, like, low-key see if I can and try out what you were talking about with the one with his tail. I am still just kind of gonna do it. Like, I'm not gonna test it right now, obviously, considering the splits, but see if we can make it work. Getting Trico to hop up here is the bane of everyone's existence. This entire early mirrors section is such a nightmare. Your best bet is to use the jump command and not the forward point command. Basically, as soon as Trico is done shooting. And then just to pay attention to his body language and see if he is actually going to do the jump. But it's, no matter what, there's always the chance, yeah, I didn't split. There's always the chance that he's just gonna stand up there, you know? But yeah, usually what works for me is, as soon as he's done shooting, whatever it is that you just had him shoot, whether you did all of the mirrors or not, as soon as he's done shooting, just face toward where he's supposed to jump and tell him to jump real quick. Don't wait for him, or else he'll get that idea in his head that he should just stand up there. Definitely, Aiden. Like, I mean, Foxy is a good example, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that Foxy has tried this game and just doesn't really like it. You know, definitely not as a speedrun, at least. And that's fine. You know? It's not for everybody, and there's no reason to constantly be like, Foxy, you should run this, it's so good, right? Because not all games are for everybody. But I'm glad that this game was made, and like you said, it's important that they get made so that more games like them get made. Yeah, that's also a good idea, Aiden. Just like, I think that basically what happens is that Trico's like default is to try to boost you up there and not jump. So whether you just immediately cut into him doing that by telling him to jump right away, or you tell him to stop and then tell him to jump, anything that's going to interrupt that default choice is probably going to work, right? I'm not gonna move this, but this is a dangerous spot to shoot. It might not explode it. Well, apparently I do have to move it. As you can see, Trico's having a hard time here. See, I told you. I told you it wasn't gonna explode. I could just tell by the way it was behaving, what the center of the mirror was over, that that wasn't gonna explode. Also, I completely forgot that this split is a split, and we're like way past it, so... Usurp submitted this game for really lots of lore. I really hope it gets in. Because in my experience, anytime that you get to run this game like with the cutscenes and everything, everybody just adores it. Probably partially because they're not playing, right? So they're seeing it kind of in its ideal form, but I hope that it gets in. Because I love when all of the cutscenes get to play. The cutscenes are some of the best parts of this game, you know? That's a good way to look at it, Aiden. And the thing about speedrunning it is, like, from what I've seen, you know, in Sancho streams and Aiden streams, the people who run this game and enjoy it, or have fun with it, or however you would like to describe it, are the ones who can look at it and be like, you know, Trico messed up, Trico's being a troll, haha, this is funny, you know? I think that Samurai on the grind to world record really struggled, because I don't think that he had quite the same willingness to put up with Trico's goofiness, if that makes sense. And that can definitely cause a lot of frustration if you're not willing to just throw away what Trico's doing and be like, oh, you know, you big old turd. You know what I mean? And that's why after that single week of grinding the world record, I was like, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not forever ruining this game that I love. Because it made me hate it. And I won't do that. There has only ever been one time that aggressively grinding world records has worked for me, and that was Spyro, 80 dragons. I was fueled by vindictiveness and rage, and it worked out for me for once, but I think I've told that story before. About why I was filled with vindictiveness and rage when getting that 1936, 1939 something. Oh yeah, for sure. I want to hear the story, please. Exactly, Aiden. It's so different. And a lot of people would say, why would you speedrun something that has RNG? Well, because of that. Because every run is different. Because you always have something new to laugh at or something new to be impressed about, right? Sancho, what happened was... I think I've talked before on stream about my loathing of the pictures or video, whatever, or it didn't happen concept. And to be clear, I'm not saying, like, people don't need videos to prove they got a world record, just believe them when they say that they did. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if somebody pulled off a really cool trick or something, and they, like, rush to tell everybody, and they're like, well, look at this, I found this really cool thing. And then immediately people are like, okay, but video or it didn't happen. It's like, why do you have to be like that? Just take somebody at their word, unless they literally have a track record of lying. You know, it's condescending, basically, and I don't like it. So, somebody, I won't say who, when I had the 2036 world record in Spyro 80 Dragons, they said, I don't think sub 20 is possible. And I said, well, it is possible, because I've gotten a high 19. I just haven't posted it because, number one, I want to make it better. Number two, there's really no sense. I have the world record anyway. Like, there were a lot of reasons that I didn't post it. But mostly, I didn't post it because I was working on a new strat. And I wanted to include that eventually in the run that I ended up posting that was a 19. And so I wasn't ready to post my 19s yet. And then that person said, well, video or it didn't happen. And it's like, okay, look. I've been active in the Spyro community since the day that the game came out. I am the premier 80 Dragons runner. That's what everybody knows me for. And I'm frankly a little insulted that you are accusing me of lying about a category that I champion. You know what I mean? And so I was angry and I was vindictive and I was like, all right, you want to doubt me that I got a 1956? Screw you. Now I have a 1939. You know, and I posted that one. And that 1939 has stood to this day. And was that a little bit too aggressive? Perhaps. You know? Was that not in the spirit of kindness and long-suffering? Perhaps. But I don't like being treated that way. And like I said, there's something to be said for, hey, you know, do you have video of that? That would be awesome to see. Or, obviously, we can't approve this world record if you don't have video, or things like that. But if I'm really excited to tell you something, and then the first thing that you say is video or it didn't happen, yeah, I'm gonna be a little grumpy. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't that I didn't have video, it was that I wasn't ready to show it, and that I had a reason for not being ready to show it, and then you force my hand by otherwise calling me a liar. You know what I mean? That's what I don't like, and that's why I was vindictive when I got that 1939. So that was that rant. There you go, Sancho. Let me catch up with chat. Exactly, Bullets. Like, especially with new players. If you come at them, and again, it's not a problem to be like, hey, do you have video so we can check that out? That's great. The problem is with the condescending tone of video or it didn't happen. No, it did happen. You're just being a douche. You know what I mean? Like, be more welcoming. Be more wholesome. Be better in the way that you talk to people. You can still demand that somebody provide video without being a jerk about it. If that makes sense, you know? Because there have definitely been people in communities that I've speedrun that say like, oh, I did this thing. And I'm kind of like, okay. Did you really do the thing though? But yeah, I don't say it, you know? I just wait until they either provide evidence or they don't. I'm not gonna press someone to show proof. Exactly, that's basically what I mean, Thar. Like, someone can say whatever they want. You don't have to be a jerk about pressing them to provide proof. If they want you to believe them, then they will provide proof. You don't need to aggressively pursue them and be a jerk about it. Trico, what are you doing? To prove your point. Trico. Buddy. Hey, okay, bud. We're gonna need to start this over, okay? You gotta do the thing you're supposed to do, alright? Spin it around. We gotta do this whole big long cutscene unless you want to make a jump from right here, buddy. Yeah, I mean... That's fair, Thar. You don't know anybody on the internet. You even... Sometimes, even if you've met them in person, you don't really know them, so... That's fair. And it's topical, right, Aiden? Like, as you said earlier, some people will cheat. Right. I literally just rejected somebody's run on a board that I mod because they spliced. So there are people who cheat. It happens. You can't take everybody at their word, but you can not take them at their word while also not being a jerk. You know what I mean? That's my point. Exactly. Asking for more information, being curious. Just all you have to do is just be like, wow, that sounds really cool. Do you have video of it happening? Or like, how did you get it to happen? Or anything like that. Be curious. Don't be like, you are literally a horrible liar until you prove otherwise. You know? Also, I think somebody just followed. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day and welcome. Sorry, I'm like in the middle of a rant plus like one of the biggest fights in the game. Which has been going well so far. All these guys are clustered together. Come on, Trico. Trico, you're letting them all get away. Really? It didn't get any of those guys? Okay, Trico can get the guys up here. Whoa, jeez. I didn't realize I was that close to the edge. Hey, that other guy fell too. Haha. He didn't quite make it all the way off. Stop. Alright, cool. That guy's mirror's gone. Wow, there's a lot of guys from down here this time. No mirror on that one. Hey, Treeks. Hey. Sit down. Both of you. I mean, I'm not gonna complain about Trico being this aggressive. Trico, catch him, please. Uh-oh. He had me, but Trico had him. What? Please just let me up. Alright, good job, buddy. How did we lose time on this? Oh well. Like, something has to go catastrophically wrong for us to not PB, even if we lose a couple minutes here, so... I'm not entirely sure how we're losing time, but it's whatever. Because it's literally just this barrel, the one over the ledge, and the one in, oops, got turned around. The one in the tower itself. Let me down onto the ground, buddy. Okay, at least this didn't roll off the edge. That's like my greatest fear with this one. For those doing the barrel race, I would suggest that you just drop it straight down instead of throw it so that it doesn't have forward momentum. There is an invisible wall that will typically stop it from rolling off. Trico, thank you. I got you, buddy. Just calm it down. Can you choose one place to be? Alright, you good? Alright, good job. Cool. I don't know how we lost a minute and 33 seconds there, but here's what it is. Okay, so you said from here, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're saying... basically like over here, right, Sancho? Oh yeah, look at that! Look at that, Sancho! Like, maybe I didn't count entirely correctly, but... really good work there, Sancho. That's a pretty consistent way to do it, except that Trico is leaving. Buddy. Hey, come here. Come here. So for those who are doing the barrel race, I guess let me pet his tail and get him to sit down, also like Sancho recommended. Okay, hey, buddy. Not the spear, for Pete's sake. The one time that I actually want to pet Trico. Just climb down, please. Ugh. Okay. Oh, jeez. Trico was kind of being a biscuit there a little bit. I have no idea why we're losing all of this time. This whole section seemed to be completely fine, but it's whatever. Oh yeah, Trico did take a long time to fly. You're right. Hey, buddy. Cool. Alright. I mean, I'll take a 9-minute PB. Whatever. We actually spent enough time on that we triggered this hint. This hint only triggers after, I believe it's 3 minutes. So, that's quite a lot. I don't think so, Shadow Tash. I wish that they did, because I think that I wanted to use Mortpog somewhere, and I couldn't on mobile. There we go. Just easily save 50 seconds again, no problem. I don't remember how to solve this, people. Ever since I did the task, I no longer remember how to solve this, this armor thing. Am I stupid? Like, I'm used to doing it the task way now. I'm pretty sure that this is how we used to solve it. And don't get me wrong, the task way is just absolutely a horrible idea. So don't do that in real time. This is a really nice setup for all these guys. Alright, at least one of them woke up, so I have to go. And actually, it's honestly like a little bit preferred even if one of them doesn't wake up. I mean, if they were both going to be here and both explode, then I wish all of them had woken up. But otherwise, it's fine. Like, it doesn't really actually take that much more time, as long as they're the final one. Yeah, so there's the one that didn't wake up. That's fine. But yeah, thank you, Sancho, for figuring that out. That really does help to get that barrel with his tail. Rico's upset. That's unusual. He's not supposed to be, obviously. Yeah, I guess the time loss of like a minute or whatever, I guess a little bit more than a minute, was a combination of Trico not flying quickly, and also there was that one time that he didn't make the jump quickly either across the towers. So I guess that must have just been it. But no problem. We're still gonna PB unless somehow the game crashes here or something. Are we second phased already? Second phased and no guy with a shield. Second phase wasn't supposed to trigger. Until the guy on the platform up there was dead. But it's the easier to hit guy. The one with the spear. So, although he doesn't have a spear now, because of course he doesn't. There. Oh yeah, no, sure. Sit down. Thank you. You get down on the floor, buddy. Stop. See, that other guy just left his mirror in there from the second phase. So did that guy. Leave it. This is definitely the hardest fight in the game, by far. Like you said, it's very unpredictable. It requires, like, constant second-by-second readjustment based on what's happening at the moment. Rico, that was why I wanted to blast him, okay? And that should be... Stop it. Stop it. That should be... Stop it! I need Trico to not be in the middle. Good enough, though. But yeah, I mean, this fight is one of the least improved areas of the theory task as well, because it's just so unpredictable. We can skip an entire phase, we just don't know how. Sometimes it just skips the second phase. What happens if the boy's under the elevator? It bonks him on the head and then goes back up. Yes, exactly, Shadow Tash. The armors that are holding the shields, the eyeball shields, are always in the same door. So you can know exactly where to go to get them to not do that. Can the last phase have an extra eyeball? No, it's not like the previous White Tower fight where sometimes a guy can come out of one of the doors with a shield. It's always just first phase has 0, second phase has 1, third phase has 2. Alright, so that was all of the barrels. Highly recommend for those doing the barrel race that when you give this final barrel to Trico, stand so that you're parallel with the wall. Otherwise, you will be on high ground and Trico will be on low ground, and that can make it very hard for him to take it from you. I know that in the grand scheme of things, I actually talked very little about the barrels in this run, but I hope for the 4 of you who are doing the race on Friday that this was at least a little bit helpful. Thanks, Sancho. Oh boy, that was close. Yeah, it can be easier to have him go the long way around, the way that has 5 jumps instead of 3. Not only in terms of getting him to actually line up with it, but in getting into the little hole that I was just into. Which one was it, Aiden, that you didn't know about? I think it was up on a ledge somewhere, right? I seem to recall you saying something. But I mean, I'll be there with commentary, hopefully being able to keep track of 4 people to stop someone if they are about to walk directly past the barrel on Friday, you know? I won't necessarily tell you what to do, but I'm more than happy to give a warning that you're about to, like, unrecoverably miss something, right? Hopefully I could keep track of all 4 people. So yeah, if y'all are available like 15-20 minutes before the race on Friday, if we could just do a quick sound check, that'd be great. Just so I can balance everybody in Discord. But I can be doing that during the beginning of the run anyway, because the beginning, like, what, 5 minutes or whatever, is always the same. Oh, the one on the ledge after command skip? Yeah. Let me out. I hate when that happens. However... I was really hoping that Trico pooped. I was chasing him down to see if he pooped. If you get stuck in that elevator, that's a great opportunity for him to poop. Right? Like, that's why we're still trying to figure out if feeding him barrels matters, right? Because he just ate every barrel in the game and he didn't poop at all during this run, you know? So the interesting thing, Aiden, is that if Trico is going to poop, he's going to poop. So, like, you can actually reset the checkpoint and he will poop again if he's going to poop in that location. So, it's almost like when you pass over a checkpoint, it basically... My theory is that every time you pass over a checkpoint that has a spot that is eligible for poop, it basically checks a box that says yes or no. And if the box is checked yes, then if you do the rest of the stuff that is required to get Trico to poop, like being out of his line of sight, then he will poop no matter what, because that box has been checked. And if it checks no, then no matter what you do, Trico will never poop at that location during that run. That's my hypothesis. We're currently testing it. We're not sure. Saki and I are the main ones who are working on testing that. It could be a timer-based thing. Like, it's so hard to test something like that, you know? So it's definitely possible that it could be timer-based. Yes. Being on Trico's head counts as being out of his line of sight. Not all locations on Trico are out of his line of sight, you know? Like, there's some places on his back and some places on his head that are out of line of sight. But yeah, hopefully this was a little bit helpful. For those of you who are gonna race on Friday. It looks like we should have some pretty decent... Well, we might just come in right about on time for this split, now that I'm thinking about it. We do still have one more cinematic to watch. In addition to the rest of the gameplay. Where did Morty go? I didn't notice that he was gone. I have no idea where Morty went, turns out. He's probably just behind his reef. Like, just chilling back there. There's a little, heat strip back there that he really likes. I guess he's still in there. I guess you can still see his nose. Alright, if we can get first shot on this, we should be able to save a little bit more time. Surprising PB here. Obviously could have been even better, so there's room for improvement if somebody wants to chase this. Prompt percent next week. Remind me, Sancho, like, if you would, send me a message in like 15 minutes. Remind me to talk to you about a category extension anyway, because I wanted your input. Oh no, of course we didn't get first shot. That's alright. We'll still save time. Cool. 352, so that's the first sub 4 all barrels. Prompt percent deathless. No thank you. But yeah, so obviously if anybody... I'll leave this playing, but if anybody has any questions whatsoever before Chonk percent race on Friday, let me know. Happy to answer. I'll be there for commentary. For those who are wanting to watch, I will post the link to the stream on Friday on Twitter, in my Discord. It'll be in the Team Eco Discord as well. It's scheduled to start, Sancho, Aiden, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's scheduled to start at 11 a.m. Eastern time, I do believe. So that'll be on Friday. And all 4 of the runners have never actually run all barrels. They are just, you know, watching things like this and absorbing as much as they can before they go. So it should be a lot of fun. But yeah, I mean, obviously this is a new world record by 10 minutes. But this was fun to do. It's gonna be so much fun. Like, I'm really excited about the race. And actually, I don't want to forget to say, like, the race is the starting run of an entire weekend of Team Eco stuff. So if you like Shadow of the Colossus, if you like Eco, if you like The Last Guardian, all these things are going to be run this weekend. There's going to be like a relay. I think there's like... Yeah, Usurp is going to do Last Guardian but wearing like cat paws. There's going to be all sorts of stuff happening. It's going to be really fun. But anyway, let me see... Let me move my mic real quick. Let me see who's currently streaming, and we can figure out who to raid. I have to watch ads first. Oh, Azama. Azama is streaming. So I say we go raid Azama. So let me set that up. Yeah, I think that every run in there is like super good. Thank you, Usurp. And thanks everybody else for the GGs as well. Thank you, Husbando, for the resub. I appreciate it. I'll throw you over to Azama, though, who's currently running Shadow of the Colossus. I'm not sure what Azama is doing in Shadow of the Colossus, but Azama's a really good Shadow of the Colossus runner, so... I'll toss you over there. Hold on just a second. And then I will be back on Thursday still for Pathless, just like normal. Azama? I see a picture of Valis, so hopefully Azama has just started Shadow of the Colossus. But anyway, I'm gonna bounce. Go say hi to Azama once you hop over there. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for the GGs. I will see you on Thursday. And don't forget about the Last Guardian race on Friday. See you later, everybody.